First attack.
Standard protocol. I am Kate Tom, Hop is game developer slash VTuber. I'm sorry I'm running super late today. Bleh, bleh. It has been a difficult few days. Having to run off of Java Monster instead of coffee is definitely probably part of the issue, but until I get my emergency replacement batch of coffee in, it's just gonna have to be that way.
Headpads incoming.
And that's the end of that. Oh, I get headpad though. Yeah. Thank you, Mary Peps. What is Trabes? What was this supposed to be for? There we go. And that's the end of that. I swear, it's like not only is it just like, it's technically less caffeine than my normal daily intake, which is like somewhere between 300 and 500, depending on what number you use, considering it is, you know, fresh brewed, home brewed coffee. You can't exactly get a super accurate number on it, especially because I'm already eyeballing most of my measurements when I make coffee, so who knows how close I actually am to the values that most of the websites have given me. But, like, the Java monsters that I have that are my emergency supply of, oops, I ran out of coffee. Yeah, for sure. It's, again, it's 20 ounces of coffee is what my usual daily driver is. However, I also drink that 20 ounces of coffee over the course of, like, 2 to 4 hours, depending. So it is definitely a slower release, whereas with the Java Monster, it is about 150 milligrams of caffeine. I said milligrams earlier, right? I hope I said 300 to 500 milligrams of caffeine in the coffee. And then the Java Monsters that I have that are just like my emergency backup supply, they are like the 11-ounce cans. 300 kilograms. That's a little too much caffeine, I think. They're 11-ounce cans, so they're not the full-size Java Monster cans. So, in the first place, they are smaller, and they only have 150 milligrams of caffeine. I do not care about calories. And also, because it's only 11 ounces, 11 fluid ounces, I just, like, I knock it back in a very small amount of time anyways, just because of the overall nature of it. So overall, it is not nearly as good at supporting my function as a nice, tall thermos full of coffee is. So that's definitely probably part of it. So that's, yeah, I literally just finished the Java Monster 2. I was previously trying to just get it drank right before stream, and then it has not been that way today. Today I was drinking it very last minute. So it is definitely not an effect in my system yet. And you can tell by just how absolutely scatterbrained I am to begin with today. Blech. I realized that I forgot to update the mod pack. I've been meaning to, because there is a bug with Create Encased that is making wrench pickup bugged out on a bunch of things. And it's entirely just because of that really stupidly written mix-in that they did in Create Encased that breaks the wrench in like 30% of cases. And they fixed it. But they fixed it like a week or two ago, and I still haven't actually pushed that into the mod pack. I really need to. So, but I haven't had a second for it, and I kept forgetting. I probably had time for it yesterday or the day before, but I just did not remember. And I need to kind of like I'm gonna like put a fucking alarm reminder for it right now on my phone. By the way, speaking of my phone, because I did check it earlier today, and it looks like I have in fact been accepted for beta testing the booby FPS Fate Trigger. So I might be giving that a shot. And now my friend also got a beta invite, and she booted it up yesterday. Currently, it only has Battle Royale open, which, but it does have Team Deathmatch open in 6 days from now. It was 7 days when we checked it last night, so it's probably 6 days today. In which Team Deathmatch will be available. But so far, it is looking extremely Apex Legends-like. It is very Apex Legends, but anime, and, like, vaguely... I'd say it leans more towards Honkai Star Rail than any other Hoyo franchise, but it feels very much like a Hoyo FPS, even though I don't think it's made by Hoyo at all. But that's right, I was trying to set an alarm, because I need to remind myself to update the fucking mod pack. I'm going to throw this for 22:15. I probably want to get off of stream kind of early. Or actually, I don't need to get off of it early, but just I need to make sure I'm off of stream before 2200. I think yesterday, we were playing Satisfactory to 2200. And, yeah, that's wacky. But I need to add an alarm note here. Fix the mod pack. There we go. The alarm will ring in 6 hours and 14 minutes. I doubt I'm gonna go to 6 hours. I usually start wrapping things up, like, forcefully if I get to 5. That's usually how things go. By the way, I want to try and start my streams a little bit earlier. It's gonna be challenging because just waking up at 11 is kind of difficult these days. And 11's not difficult, 10 is difficult. And I would like to have at least 2 or 3 hours before I actually start prepping stream. And I'm usually prepping stream about an hour and a half before the actual stream time. And so that would mean that I have to start kind of getting things ready around 12:30 to go to 1400. Right now I'm at 1500 is the intended start time. Again, today I'm like almost an hour late because, issues all around. I was sleepy and I was distracted. And then I was just like, I should be able to squeeze out fixing the mod pack in the setup time. And then I had to go to the bathroom, and that took me a while. And then I didn't actually finish it up. That's kind of how things worked. So, outside of that, I don't think I did much on the server outside of stream. I'm also kind of drawing a blank on which things I did were off-stream and which were on-stream, because I think I did do some stuff off-stream. I just can't quite pin down which of the things in my brain was which. What I do think is that I'm fairly certain what I have done, in general, either on or off stream, is we now have a roof to this. I am noticing with the roof here, the tree farm is not nearly as effective as it once was. And I might end up needing to, oh my gosh, I was playing Satisfactory and my sprint button was on shift in Satisfactory. I'm gonna need to get used to it not being there. I'm not sure if it has to do with the height, because I made it 1 block above the height required. Also, I'm noticing it's having trouble growing back trees, too. There are a lot of trees missing there. There are a lot of trees missing there. I might need to... integrate something to block saplings from going into this chute. And then have saplings be maintained by a different chute on the other side. So somewhat similar to the system that we had before. Although, again, it would be nice if the create mod would fix the part of the mod where you can't use funnels with portable storage interfaces right now because it's bugged and it only ever works like 10% of the time. It would be nice if they just fixed that by now, and then I could compact down the sapling thing into that same space by just using a funnel that gets the saplings, and then the chute gets everything other than saplings. And then the funnel is locked by a threshold switch. That would have been the ideal play. Also, you will notice that the bamboo has grown up here, and that is because the system is set to stop whenever we have enough, quote, end quote, bamboo. Which I do need to, like, limit the actual height that can go to when we make the next level of the biodome. But I might end up setting up some auto crafting for that, potentially. Because what I would like to do is get a block of bamboo. I want to send this to compactor, I think is what I set this for. We need a lot of these because they're going to be used for the stations. More specifically, the... So yeah, that'll now make it so that the bamboo farm is now moving again. If I had my spyglass, you can see it in action. See, there it goes. It's now going to cut all of those down. Interestingly enough, I thought I saw some things go down whilst it was stopped. Although it might have actually just been that it was transferring at the same time as chopping them, maybe. But yeah. And then another thing that has been done, you'll notice I have a lot more concrete now. I'm working on mixing up a decent supply of concrete. There's only so much I can have because I don't have all of the dyes automated. However, there is kind of a reason why I wanted to automate some more concrete, and that's because I would like to set up the automator gantry. I want to set up the gantry for the board. And the best way to set that up is going to be using concrete blocks as signal colors, essentially. It's not the best option, But considering the fact that I have enforced ways in which we handle our redstone link frequencies, because the idea is going to be that we use a linked controller is going to be how we do the gantry. And for that, I'm going to need, like, at least 4 separate frequencies, redstone link frequencies. At least. Possibly even 5. I'll have to see. What am I looking for again? Oh yeah, I'm looking for Koth Sawmill. I send all of that there. Because we need the stripped bamboo. Oh, it's nighttime. That changed to nighttime very fast. Nobody else on the server today, looks like. It's fine. It's seeming like we'll probably get more activity as I actually get the train system working. Because then people will actually be able to move about the cabin freely. And it'll be easier to get people more resources as they need it. That's always going to be nice. Yeah, and so I was giving myself just a general backstock of concrete. Man, now after we did yesterday's stream of Satisfactory, and Amy was just like, yeah, you know about Das Concrete, baby. And he's like, yeah, of course I do. It's because I already fucking named my organization for it in my stockkeeper in Minecraft, Das Concrete, baby. I remember there's like a gotcha game or something like that. I think Our Knights is the one I'm thinking of, where they had a character named... The character was either named Cement or Concrete, and she does the voice line, or she has a voice line where she is quoting the meme. It's like, that's ridiculous. But it sure is a thing. I gotta figure out which colors I'm missing too. I wanted to get a backstock of everything. Obviously, this is just 8 stacks of everything. I feel like I'm gonna need more than 8 stacks in the near future. However, there is only so much I can do for now. But, oh, that reminds me! There is something I did over the weekend. You know what I did do off stream over the weekend? Not over the weekend, but over the week. Was I said, oh, I'm low on white dye, I think I said. And I was also obviously running out of bone meal. And it's just like, you know what? Olivia has a mob farm. Olivia built a mob farm right down here. Is her mob farm. And then when I went to it, it wasn't working at all. And I was just like, that's weird, because I remember her saying it was working, and then I remember her saying, like, it was also working but being kind of slow. So I had to do a little bit of, server admin work to investigate the problem. Turns out, I'm gonna need to kind of keep checking this every now and then. Oh, of course, it's fucking raining. I'm gonna keep checking on this every now and then. Because Farukhan has a couple of outposts. I know, for example, another thing that happens is his nether portal at his base, especially, but also a specific nether portal at one of his mining outposts has been spawning and halfway deloading piglins. Zombified piglins, specifically. And they have not despawned properly, but the server was still counting them towards the mob cap for some reason. Not only that, but when I killed them, /kill at E, and filtered to zombified piglins, they were dead. The game stopped counting them whenever I was doing my count checks. For example, I could probably do one right now if I can remember the it's kind of a complicated syntax. I hate that this is the syntax I have to do in order to count an entity, but I have to kind of do it. Execute. Store result. Score. Player data. Objective data. If entity at E type equals, I think this is it. Zombify Piglin. I think this is it. Count 26. That's a somewhat normal count. Somewhat. Still kind of high, though. So I might need to work on it. But, doing that count, it was returning 0. I had typed in /kill to kill all zombified piglins on the server, because I'm just making the assumption that nobody is keeping a zombified piglin as a pet. And I saw 127 pop up when I first did that. I killed them all, kept running the test, it was still registering as 0. And it turns out, what was actually going on was that the /kill killed those entities. It set them into their death state. You know, because whenever somebody dies, any, like, enemy or entity or player dies, they have that little animation. You know, they turn red and they fall over, right? So what happened was, the zombified piglins were killed by /kill. And whilst they're being killed, they don't count towards this count, this command. They don't show up in that test. But they still contribute to mob caps. And apparently, they were like half loaded, half deloaded to where they were counting in mob caps, but not actually finishing their death animation. And it took me a long time to figure out what the fuck was going on with that, because I did not know that at the time. I didn't know that was a thing until I was troubleshooting, and I downloaded the server onto my computer, and then kept kind of experimenting with it, and I noticed, like, oh, if I turn off Forocon's chunk loads, mobs start spawning again. But if I turn Forocon's chunk loads back on, mobs stop spawning. I wonder what's going on with that. And it's just like, but there's no other hostile mobs being counted by the system. And then I went around to each of Forocon's chunk loads. You know, teleported myself to each of the chunk loads in the single player world, and then teleported myself to this one, the redstone farm down here. And then all of a sudden, by the way, whilst I was doing this, I also applied the glowing effect to all piglins in the server to see if I could, like, see where the piglins are, because at first I thought it was like, oh, I thought at first they were in spawn region, but they weren't in spawn region at all. I teleported here, and the moment I did, I just see 100, I must stress this, I cannot stress this enough, 100 zombified piglins glowing just materialize onto my screen and instantly died. They were half loaded into memory on the server, but not actually ticking to finish their death animation. And the moment I teleported there, they all finished their death animation. And guess what? After I did that, mobs worked. Mobs spawned after that. Everything worked. So, moral of the story is, I'm gonna have to tell Forocon to get himself a zombified piglin disposal chamber on this, and /or his base. And I was also noticing there were a decent number at his base as well. But not nearly as many. It was like, you know, maybe 10 or 20 at his base. Excuse me. So, yeah, that's the main thing. Quite annoying. But with all of that being established, thankfully I have since fixed that. And as a result of fixing that, I was able to use Olivia's mob farm to get a bunch of bones, skeleton bones, for bone meal. So now I have a decent bit extra bone meal, so I can kind of restock on my white white dye, which is good because that is one of the next concretes that I do want to get done. So I will walk over to here and order a stack to crushing. Okay. Other colors that I am missing for concrete. I am missing brown, which... Do I even have cocoa seeds? Or cocoa beans? I don't think I have cocoa beans, and I think cocoa beans are the only brown dye. Yeah. They're the only brown dye material. Which is definitely annoying to get a hold of. That being said, I can now order that. So you can go ahead and order the white concrete. I'll just hand jam it for now. I should probably re-equip my quiver. Why is my quiver in my backpack instead of on my person? Here. Get our white concrete powder, and then we just dump that white concrete powder into our bolt washer here. So it's gonna be a minute before we actually get ourselves some brown dye. Which that's probably gonna end up being one of the levels of the biodome for sure. Which is what it is. Speaking of biodome, we do also have, you know, a nice collection of dried kelp. Thank goodness for that. And... what else? What else? What other colors are we missing? So we got the cyan. Annoyingly, it doesn't seem to be... I don't know what the order is. I think the order is normally quantity-based. And then I don't know what the order is beyond that. Which is kind of annoying. We are low on orange, though. We could order some more orange. I do use orange in quite a few applications. Oh, we're missing, like, the purples and the pinks, I think is the main thing that we're missing. We don't have a whole lot of red dye remaining to go around for that. We could probably make our way around that. Yes, I don't see a whole lot of other things for red dye. So probably need to kind of get on that. A handful of cornflowers, though. I kind of want to keep those just in case I need to set some filters, though. Unless there's another way to get our hands on some red dye. Nah. I mean, we can absolutely find some poppies laying around. We could even use some bone meal to get more poppies too. Because that's probably like the second most common flower that spawns from a bone meal tent. Might be a little bit low on noodles. I've still got some squid ink pasta, but probably want to make sure that I'm topping myself off, actually. You ride the chains over here. I should probably have a category for food. Yeah, I want 2 stacks, actually. Even though I do have lots of squid ink pasta, too, but I have more vegetable noodles than squid ink pasta, by far. Yeah. I probably will end up just, there's a poppy over there, which you just barely can see. I know you guys probably can't see it from the bit rate, but I can see it. I'll grab myself a stack of bone meal. She boned my meal. See, there it is. Definitely not going to be needing any dandelions. Of course, watch us get absolutely no poppies whatsoever. Watch that happen. I may still have a biofuel system. Of course we get fucking cornflowers before we get poppies. What the fuck? That's kind of upsetting. Why? Where are the poppies? Why is a video game like this? I think the orange tulips, though, honestly. Because I do need more orange. Yeah, where the hell are all the poppies? Kind of upsetting. I need at least a few extra stacks of red dye. As I was saying, I might be looking into having a local setup for beetroot, or for biomass here, and beetroot is the ideal crop for that. But actually, hang on. Now, let's see. I thought that there was a recipe with tomatoes, but I seem to be mistaken. I got a few beetroots here, though. Not much, though, because, again, I could go down to the, I might actually need to go check spawn, because I have a feeling that spawn might be mismanaging the item drops. gonna head through the nether real quick. I do want to check that out real quick. I'll go northwest. Can't remember if I managed to show off the biofuel zone. Biofuel factory here. Also, whilst I'm here, I can also look for some more poppies, but I think I'm gonna find more just like harvesting or taking some of the beetroots here. I think something I might need... it's entirely possible that I forgot to actually limit the... Well, no, because I think if the storages are full, the items should just go straight into the disposal, if I remember correctly. So I don't know if the biofuel factory is responsible, because I did see a number of items popping up. Earlier when I was trying to troubleshoot the issue of mob spawning, I was wondering if there was some sort of, like, hard entity cap going on, though that wouldn't make sense either. But we actually got this! So we planted this whilst we were trying to set up the system, and... interesting. So I might go harvest those beetroots. I think the carrots haven't grown because we haven't had random tick over here. We've only had, like, you know, the spawn chunk loading, which doesn't have random tick, but the force loads from open parties and claims do actually give you random tick. But here is the factory. Yeah, so if it can't actually fit into the either the basin or the crops item vault, it just gets incinerated. And there's no items dropping here, so it should be fine. Keyword should. Also, if we wanted to steal some beetroot out of here, I mean, it would probably be better off just, like, stealing it from over there, but actually, I will first steal it. And of course, those are floating in the air, too. There we go. Fix that. Wonder when Create is pushing 607 update. Because there's definitely a lot of bugs in current update that I really hope get fixed soon. Such as the sky markers. Give us 43 is not bad. But yeah, I'm gonna come over here and just, like, have it fit some beetroot into a separate chest. I should have all of my relevant toolboxes on me. Keyword should. Awesome. But do I have any storage items on me? Ha! Barrel! Will barrel. Just put a copper casing underneath there since it matches with these. Actually, I mean, I can put a different casing on these, but... eh. Then, I'm going to place a funnel here, but I'm actually going to make it an insert funnel until I filter it, and then we make it in exit funnel. And then we simply put that on view. But there's a hair in my mouse. There's... yeah, there's another hair in my mouse. And then I'm going to filter you to beetroot. And then switch your direction. That way I can grab myself plenty of beetroot. I'm actually just going to throw the rest of the seeds down here. I should have plenty over at base. Also the wheat seeds. Oh, that ended up going into the basin. Whoops. Oh well. It's fine. Let me organize this a little bit. Put my toolboxes back in my backpack for now. And also the stuff for the gantry. I don't know if I'm going to do the gantry on stream today, because I did kind of say that I'm doing stream as train stream. Okay. That's probably more beetroot than I'm ever gonna need, so I'm just gonna leave the rest of that like that. And then head back up. It is nighttime. I'm gonna sleep out here. Actually use the escalator for speed. The way I intended. And then get thrown over the railing, but oh well. And let's head back for the nether portal. I think the Oxeye Daisies actually give me a green dye, if I remember correctly. No, it's a chance at white dye. Eh. Still useful. Chance at white dye, secondary chance at yellow dye. I think the white dye is slightly more important. Alright, let's go return to base. Your RTB to deliver objective. It's not quite for a resupply. We didn't really spend much resources out here, and we gained all the resources that we needed. Where to go? Right, we'll go this way, and then this way. This song's a little too tight. Can you get something a little bit better? That's closer. Not quite that before. I still need to sit down and just comb through my BGM library so that I can actually set up tags for everything. And have proper setting of moods. Alright, so now I can run over here and just dump all of the beetroots in here, as well as the flowers. Now we'll have plenty of red dye for the foreseeable future. Alright. I believe pink is actually just red and white. It is. Magenta. There it is. I don't know why it was. Oh, magenta's fucking weird. Purple and pink make magenta. But it's like a weird 4-to-4 recipe. I'd rather just make 2 stacks of purple, or a stack and a half of purple. Running out of water. I need to get myself more water. I was gonna make 2 stacks of purple, and then 2 stacks of pink. And then half a stack of these to make magenta. And then I need to order 12 stacks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Of both sand and gravel. And take 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Ourselves pink concrete powder. For now, I'm going to dump it in here, and I'm going to use the order system to make the rest. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's the pink. Let's make purple. And next, magenta. There we go. And then, in order to finish those, I come over here. See, I have a slot for it and everything here. Bulk washer, and order all of this to the bulk washer. I'm also going to want to just restock on orange concrete. I have have exactly half a stack of orange dye, I'd rather just make a stack of orange dye right here. And then order 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. I forgot to make this before picking that up, but that's fine. Go, and then I'm gonna run over and drop this off in the washer myself. Alright. I'll finish out all of that, and then all I really need to do is get my hands on some cocoa beans. Somebody might have a hand on them themselves. I might go asking in the Discord, see if anybody's got cocoa beans, whether or not they've got cocoa beans on tap. I actually could also go check Forkspace. I gotta set up the zip line to Forkspace, man. I gotta set it up. This way... Oh wait, no, that's right. We have to go to the stone bridge first. And then go this way. It should be Workspace. Here it should. You've got more zombie piglins, huh? Buddy, we gotta talk about this. Shit, do I have my combat gear on? I think I do. Ow! Fuck, he has a fire aspect sword. Hold on, he's gonna do that. Yeah, I definitely have my combat gear on, so I don't have water breathing. We gotta talk about this, Fork. You gotta fix that. You really have to fix that before it mob switches the entire server again. Ooh, he is actually starting to grow netherwort. We've also got a decent set of cactus. It's not automated, but it's a lot of cactus. What am I looking for again? Cocoa beans, that's what I was looking for. Wanted to see if you already had that going or not. I'm not currently seeing it. I don't currently see cocoa beans. Let me go find... Where's your elevator? There it is. Unless he's got it underground, because there are more farms down here. Like a wheat farm. I see he's doing slime farming here. How is your slime? Oh, you're set to automatically go to main storage. I see. So I'd have to check your main storage then. That's... Hang on. Do you have any limiter on this? this might just be a manual setup. Possibly. Oh yeah, you know what? This is Minecraft Create 6. He's probably got it on a board. He's probably got it on one of his boards. He has nothing on the brass subfloor still. So he probably does not have cocoa beans. How did that happen? Interestingly enough... Cherry log, never mind. I thought that was a jungle log, but I was incorrect. Also check his storage directly to find out. But I doubt it. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, I'm not seeing any cocoa beans or brown dye. Nope. Sad. It's possible... Shu might have it. Olivia might actually have it. In fact, I actually kind of am going to just go check Olivia's base. There's a solid chance Olivia has some. I feel like I remember seeing Olivia having some, but I don't know for certain. By the way, speaking of combat gear, I should probably look into actually getting myself some netherite. So I can have my actual power suit. Alright. I believe I am looking for her mail room or workshop. No, workshop has a order station. Yes, you do. I see some cocoa beans here. 3 cocoa beans. You're not actively working them, though. And... why is this in your wood category? Why is wool in your wood category? It kind of seems like you don't have jungle logs either to actually grow the cocoa beans on. Which I'm pretty sure you need jungle logs to grow them. It's assume is the key word here. Could also take a look and see if she's got anything that just isn't linked into the storage system. Oh, Olivia, your stuff is collecting here. We gotta talk about that. She's got pumpkins going. She's got sugarcane going. Which is funny because we can just do tree bark for paper now. Which actually I should look into setting up a slicer so that I can start collecting tree bark from trees. It does not look like she has any on this level. And I do think I would be hard-pressed to believe... Oh, come on. Wait! Hey, that's jungle logs! Hang on a second. Hey, I will gladly take that. And that. Also, I'm just going to pick up all of this. It's my duty as a server owner. It's funny, so you wouldn't think that these would grow, because I think jungle logs are supposed to be 2x2. Or jungle trees are 2x2, normally. She might have figured something else out. But I am also going to go badger her. Also, let her know, for the record, you can actually set mechanical bearings to only place when anchor destroyed. So when you use a clutch on it, it doesn't break props or blocks. It's not pistons, it's bearings. Oh, she said pistons. See if I can... Let's change all of our things to only place when anchor destroyed. Ow, that is... there we go. Well, funnily enough... And she has no disposal thing here, of course. And she says, yeah, disconnect the piston connected to the main system. The what? Does she not realize that they're dropping the items? Like, the contraption itself is dropping items? I don't know what she means by pistons. What is she talking about? Man, so what is connecting this right now? It's connected through here, I think. I could probably just... If that's full, that's full. Then I could just rotate that. As long as I remember to set all of these to... I might have forgotten on this one. Oopsie. Oopsie. Let me set that there. This one doesn't actually seem to be connected to anything, but... Oops. Yeah, it's fine. We'll go ahead and let it kind of rotate around so that it fixes itself. But it doesn't seem to be, so I'll just grab a few saplings. That also works. You can just grab the ones that drop there. There. Yeah. There. That handles it. That handles it. That's all I needed to do, was just rotate that, and that works. Granted, that does also cause the trees to grow back, but I think she's less worried about that than I am. Also, I am running out of water. I am gonna go be right back, so I can refill my water, and probably also just go to the bathroom at the same time. So, I'll go and stand by. Everybody take a stretch break. And I will be back in a minute. Yeah. What is going on? Why did I come back to? Why did I suddenly... I heard fall damage. What is going on?
You fell off the edge of the platform.
How? I wasn't standing on the platform.
You were sitting on the platform, because when I called the platform down to my level, you came down with it.
Oh.
You were just kind of on the edge.
I still should have been, like, able to stand.
Either way, okay, cool. I'm glad you figured out what I meant.
You kept saying piston. I'm like, what do you mean piston? These are all bearings.
I'm tired.
Okay, I see. Got it.
Sorry, I was AFK and I wasn't thinking about it. It's been a minute.
Granted, shutting off the bearings does mean that the trees will kind of just, like, grow in place.
Whatever.
There is... The way to fix that I've done is I've just made sure it sends all excess to disposal. That's just how I've done it in the past. But yeah, you can, when you go up to... Wait, if you come over here... When you go up to the side of a mechanical bearing, there's this little thing that you can highlight.
Yeah, I know how that
right-click,
works.
you can set it to only place an anchor discord.
I know how that works.
I was just saying,
I
because...
was just saying turn it off. But
Yeah, I had to go around and set them all to have that setting so that it wouldn't, like, break things.
What? Why would it break things if there's no power, the rotational power going to it?
Because if no rotational power is going to a mechanical bearing and it's set to always place when stopped, it will place because it's stopped.
Fine.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I meant.
Okay, fine. Fair enough.
Sorry. I was just coming over here because I was trying to see if anybody had access or was, like, starting to farm cocoa beans. Because I'm starting to get kind of a collection of different colored concretes, and I'm noticing that brown dye is the one thing I'm missing. And
No, I
it
don't have
only
cocoa
has... Yeah, you have, like, 3 cocoa beans in storage.
Okay, you can borrow them.
Yeah. But actually, yeah, I was going to borrow them because you did have jungle trees I saw, so I took a couple of those, and then in the future I'm going to...
Yep, that's fair.
I have to go down to the workshop so I can order those cocoa beans. I wasn't going to order the cocoa beans if you didn't have jungle logs, but I was just like, oh, she does have jungle logs, so I'm gonna grab those and then grab the cocoa beans. Workshop, right.
Yeah, the box over here is where you want it.
Interesting, so, like, it makes you play the fall damage sound, but you don't actually take fall damage.
No, it just... You play the fall damage sound if you're moving around while we are on it.
That's weird. I've never seen that before. I've moved around in my elevators all the time.
If I go all the way up.
That was it. He's gonna take
I don't know. It's just
2 of
fun.
them. I'll leave 1 in the system. Yay. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, good night. I head back.
Yep, I'm gonna hop off as well. I'll see you later.
Sorry for bothering you. Okay. With that distraction out of the way, I don't know if I'm gonna be farming whatchamacallit today, but it will be probably one of the lines on not lines, levels of the biodome, so it is good to have that on hand and not have to go searching for it. Even though, again, there's a good chance that either Leanne or Iris has gotten a hold of it. Probably Leanne. But I don't know for sure. And there are bastards, and they are going to notice me, so I'm going to have to take them out. Oh my gosh, what is this fucking... on. Of course. Of course! Hang on. I don't have my fucking chicken soup on my person. You know, my backpack. Where's this stupid motherfucker? Get out of here. This is why I hate traveling through the Nether! Especially because all of our Nether travel intersects with a giant fucking Nether fortress. That is probably the worst part of the fact of our Nether travel, is the fact that it's all in that. Alright. Our situation has been settled. My inventory is now a little bit cleaner. Oh, wait. I can also throw that in there. And that... So I'm going to throw that in there. Awesome. Inventory is clean. Actually, I could do like a really jank temporary setup for it, just so that I can have it on hand. I'm just gonna slap it over here where I had the old, whatchamacallit. The old bamboo farm was here. So, you know, I was going to steal more green dye from Farrakhan. I want to go do that. Steal more. You've got a fancy backpack on. Too bad you have way too many friends. Wait. No, I can't. I was gonna say, like, oh, I could carry on him into somewhere secluded so that he wouldn't aggro all of his friends, but I can't carry on zombified piglins, I believe. Right, but no, cactus are no tools, so I probably can't do that. Ah, I lost one. Why did he have to put them all so close to each other? Farrakhan, why are you a psychopath? Yeah, I can't stand on them either, so... aggravating. Well, I will take my share of that and head back home. I almost wonder if that guy started as a normal piglin and then became a zombified piglin. Somehow. I don't know how, because... I mean, actually, they could have just walked back through Farrakhan's portal after being zombified. That's entirely possible, too. Alright. Out of curiosity... Nah, there isn't, like, a, knife recipe with them. Okay. That's all for now. So yes, now she have a decent bit more green dye. Always nice to see that. I did wash more of the orange concrete. That's the full concrete selection except for brown. With that distraction out of the way, I have something to show the ladies and gentlemen and everything in between of the chat. I'm going to switch me over to display capture because I worked on this. This is still somewhat tentative. It is just a general idea of what the train layouts are going to be like, as well as the station positions. Notice that I have... So the green lines are transit. The orange lines, as well as the orange stations, are cargo depot type dealios. So, this is the planned position for my station. As such, we're probably going to end up putting, which is funny because, if I remember right, this is also where the canal is supposed to go. Which is quite interesting. I might even need to turn it. I mean, I don't have a whole lot of space available for a turning radius, especially if I do still want to have a cargo depot over here to the west shore here. I'd like to have my train stop there and then have it go down. This is going to be the big bridge between me and Foricon space. And granted, I wonder if I could negotiate putting it on the other side of the canal? Negotiate as if I'm talking with someone else who is the master of the thing, when really it's me. I'm talking to myself. Negotiating with myself. In theory, I could have the station here, and then have them merge here, and kind of get back into this bridge that I want to be setting up. Can't remember. I need to get something. I actually do need to make sure I'm sleeping because we've fixed mob spawns, which means that mobs can spawn. There's a creeper over there somewhere. According to the minimap, there you are. Bastards are camouflaged. But we can also probably just go stand up here, and they probably won't be able to find us. But, so this Moonlight Valley region is a decent ways above water. And the thing is, I want to be going through here, but there's a bit of highlands to cover here. It might be a difficult setup to get a proper bridge across and then try and get the train to go up. But I might still be able to set that up. Potentially. Essentially have it tunnel through here, and we'll just have a little bit of a cleft going on. And then we'll try and just set up a bridge there to make it look kind of natural. Maybe do a little bit of terraforming to make it look more like a natural kind of trench there. As it stands, I probably am going to put my train station elevated. You know why? Because Canal City, bitch. Canal City, bitch. And that would make sense, especially if I'm going to put the train station on the other side of the canal. So we probably are actually going to move the train station over here. Now, that does make it a little bit more difficult to get the zip line that I wanted to set up going. We're going to have a zip line that runs across the bridge here, and it's going to come from the train station, preferably. And then it'll go to Farcon's base down there. I think part of the way that I'm going to be setting that up is that I'm going to use copper encased chain conveyors to kind of more easily highlight that those are not logistics or power conveyors. Those are exclusively movement. It might also need its own power station, because that's a lot of things to put on there, and we're probably gonna put it as maximum speed, probably. So each of those nodes is gonna be 256, and I believe the max range on a chain drive is 2 chunks. I want to say that's about right. In fact, so there's a chain conveyor here. And a chain conveyor here. Yeah, I think 32 is about the limit. So, if we put the station over here, or over here, probably, because then I can have the tracks go there, and then come out that way. That would be the plan. Doing that, having it be here-ish, right? That's kind of the idea. Which, by the way, if we are doing it elevated, that means that I can use, like, my old station design, although, like, chopped in half a bit, because the old station design was technically 8 platform. Well, technically, no. It was 4 platform, but it was 4 platforms for the train that was 4 chunks long, whereas these trains are only 2 chunks long. So I'd have to kind of split my station design in half. But the idea behind that would be that would give more space for kind of just like a walkway underneath. And that way it doesn't disturb our canal. Actually, the canal's supposed to be over here. It's supposed to be this spot. Is the canal. Which means the train station goes here-ish. Probably more like here-ish, just to get the thing right. Now, if I am doing elevated station, that means that the tracks coming out of the station can also be a decent space above. It could even be where the water is, and I can do kind of a cool little sci-fi bridge design that kind of allows it to be out like that. Put some, like, cool looking arches. That would really fit the aesthetic of, you know, Canal City. I think that would really work. So I do think the general idea is the station goes here. And then if I need extra space to put tracks here, I'll have extra space to put tracks there. That does leave one last concern. Not a huge concern, but it is a concern. Which is, of course, train yard. I need a train yard. I probably should still be able to put a train yard in there without much hassle. It also means that I probably am going to end up doing some mildly cursed T-junctions to get that in place. It's likely what's going to end up happening there. That's probably doable. So, I'm going to use that to kind of mark where our station's going to be. And then, yeah. But, I need to go and look at my folder of inspirations to kind of get an idea of how I want to build this. Because, you know, I had a very clear vision for how the train station is going to be built in Season 1. That's because it was being based off of the Metropolis Kirwan train system. Whereas this one is going to be very much more free-form because Canal City doesn't have trains. Notak doesn't have any sort of trains. It's all boats. Literally, it's called Canal City. There's no trains to be found in Canal City. I'm not even sure if I remember seeing a proper transit, like, station anywhere in Canal City. So, I probably have a folder around here somewhere that is a collection of the screenshots I took. Wait a minute. What's this? That's also just good. I'm going to flip over here. I'm going to go to... I'm going to need to restart Explorer because this is way too slow. I probably should still be able to just close that window, open a new window, and photos. This is still a little slow. References. Nice, slightly faster. Should have had a folder for this. Wonder if I never actually put these screenshots in a folder. I might have just kept them in my ShareX folder. I'm gonna need to go find those. I'm gonna make a new folder called Canal City. Bitch. I put an equal sign there. Oops. Why is it so slow? Jeez. Alright, now I need to go in here. I don't remember when I took these screenshots. I would estimate beginning of the year. Keep an eye on that. Because that would have probably been when we started playing Going Commando on stream, as well as when I started the new server, the new season. When I started a new season, like March, April-ish. It was May that I started the server. Yeah. I don't see the screenshots in April. Let's check in May. Share a lot of Minecraft screenshots in May. There it is, PCSX2. Aha. Probably from here out to... Well, it's not just NoTac that I have screenshots of. I also have a couple screenshots here and there of... Fuck, what's the other one? Also, these are not in proper order. This is there to there. I'll drop the ones that aren't weighted. And also the one that was kind of broken. Copy. Actually, I can cut and then paste into Canal City, bitch. Oh, I forgot to turn gameplay capture back on. You guys have been seeing the wonky crop this entire time. Whoops, sorry. I mean, I can also show this off as well. Just showing you guys the screenshots that I had taken. I had taken a bunch of screenshots of Canal City as well as why am I not remembering the Silver City Boldon? That's what it is. I have to remember because it's got like one of the best themes in the entire series. I have to remember it from that. What's the song that's like the best song in the series? Silver City. Yes, I had taken screenshots of both of them. It is sad I can't get quite this much raise in the canal area because of the fact that, you know, my factories are all at sea level, essentially. I don't want to be sending the canal through sea level, and most of my buildings are below sea level or only one block above sea level, which will be difficult to fix for sure. For most of these things, it'll be difficult. I'd say for all of the things, it'll be difficult. Hey look, this thing's ready to be harvested. Keep throwing that in our system for now. Yeah, like, for example, this is way below sea level. By many blocks. I might be able to get away with it. But for now, it is definitely not great. Granted, so I have a little bit of space here, so what could potentially be done is I can extend out the front of the building to have it dip into the ground. Because the canal is going to start here. So we have a decent ways before we get to that. So it's possible. It's possible we just hack it to be that way. The power station, on the other hand, is kind of a issue in and of itself. That as it stands, I would like to move the I want to move the nuclear goop out into the front where it makes the most sense and would look the coolest. But that also requires turning off the steam engine, and turning off the steam engine means all of the logistics systems will be broken, and we don't want that. But in theory, we could set it up. What we could do, of course, is the second steam engine can be brought online with the funky nuclear tube in front of the power station. Which the front of this has to be force-loaded even. Force-loaded because of the chain conveyors, but in that way we could find our positioning for it. And we do have a standardized direction of clockwise underneath. So as long as we make sure that it is rotating clockwise underneath before we connect it back up, it should be good. But it would definitely be one of those situations where, like, we would start out building the nuclear power spine system. We could probably get away with having it be slightly sunken down compared to the canal. I think overall, we might be doing 3 blocks above sea level. Which does mean that the entrance to our workshop has to go down 3 blocks of stairs. Wait a minute. This is sea level, right? Unless... No, this is 1 block above sea level. No, this is sea level! 63 sea level? 3 blocks above sea level. Actually, this is more like 4 blocks. We could make it so that the entrance is here. That would kind of make sense. Yeah. Again, a big thing is that we will need to remove some of these things. Like, this chain conveyor will definitely need to be moved. So we can make more space for that. But that's not a bad idea. In fact, actually, I think the plan was that buildings would kind of be like 1 block up from sea level. And we can do similar hacks for the power station. Unfortunately, I don't think there's anything we can do about the tree farm getting there. Unless we kind of just put this all on its own kind of level. Closer to where the sea level is. That kind of makes sense because then it's like, you know... Because, like, the docks are back here, right? We're gonna have the quote-unquote docks, i.e., the place at which our cargo trains would be pulling in to deliver cargo. And that kind of makes sense for this area. And so we could have that be slightly lower than the other areas. And that kind of makes sense. So we could probably do that then. So, with that now established, we know we want to put our station here. We want to put the station's, like, base level stairs starting at 66 is the plan. And then the station itself, we might have 6 blocks up from that. Which means it'll be 72, which kind of fits with a lot of these highland regions being 72. Then we will gradually bring it back down to a level that will make more sense for traversing a lot of the kind of average elevation terrain for much of the train's pathways. And then, with that being established, we can put the train yard somewhere in this location. And I think actually, just to make it a little bit simpler, rather than having to put a T-junction somewhere, we will have one track that goes up this way and one track that goes down this way to hit this intersection. And that makes the intersection slightly easier to set up. Kinda goofy, but it'll work. And then instead we'll have the T-junction kind of be here. But that means we gotta clear some trees. I think it's time for us to claim this land for ourselves. We're gonna do that by doing something OP. You have any XP on us? Of course not. We have a bunch of XP on us, though. I'm going to hop over to Fork Space. We're going to repair up our stuff. And we go this way, but we are going to Fork Space, so we have to go this way. Fuckers. There are fuckers. Foot. This is why I hate going through the Nether. This is why I'm hoping for us to just have that zip line. Again, I actually will need to build the bridge first, because I'm gonna end up integrating the zip line into the bridge between our bases. Is kind of part of the plan on that, so there is that. But I'm going to hatch all of my XP now. Repair my wand. Repair my axe. My shovel really needs to be repaired. A little bit of repair on you. I have mending on my bow. I should probably get that. Especially now that I have plenty of arrows now. Because I went to Olivia's mob farm. I should probably switch that to the first slot. So I'll go using my piercing arrows. My AP incendiary arrows. Not quite incendiary. Plus P, maybe. Actually, I'm gonna take a nappy here before we go to back through the Nether. Yeah, like I was saying, I'm gonna integrate the zip line into the bridge, which means that I will need to fuck you. Bastard. I gotta get a resource pack that fixes the wither hearts being invisible. Didn't actually take a whole lot of damage. I think I mostly just ate all of my saturation. Just a pain in the ass. Hate the Nether. So I'm gonna turn resources off. I've been having that on way too long. Okay. So I did that so that I could have this ready to go. Because I'm going to do... The cool way would be to do the create saw, but this is the faster way. Also, I'm actually gonna grab my thing here. Oh, shit. Another thing I'm actually gonna do, I'm pressing all of the wrong buttons. I actually want to mark out where the train yard is going to be. One thing is that we're gonna have tracks that go this way, and then tracks that go this way. I am out of... No, never mind, I'm not. Actually, how many do I have left? 600. Yeah, so we're good on chunk load claims. Or not chunk load claims, but chunk marking / protection claims is what we're actually doing here. And then basically all of this space is going to be what we need for the actual train yard. We do also want to be building most of the train yard at 66. Actually, I would probably prefer putting all the train yard at 72, where we want the tracks to be at. I'm also going to just straight up turn off show animals. There we go. Or not. Why are they still showing on my minimap? I'll show you. Alright, I guess that's how I do that then. I'll zoom in slightly more just so I can have a better sense of what's in range. I probably don't need to collect all of this wood because, again, I've got way more of a supply at my base, just in case. And I have wood automated, but we don't have birch automated. We'll prioritize keeping a backstock of birch. Prioritize keeping the birch over the spruce is kind of the plan. For example, right here is going to be where we throw out spruce. These aren't quite in range, but I do want to get rid of them. Also, for sure, we can get rid of spruce saplings as well. I will actually be keeping the leaves because they can be used for tea. Probably don't need too many of the birch saplings. I will probably keep like a stack on me. That's still kind of close enough. Also probably do want to keep these like mushrooms. to worry too much about these trees. There is still a tree marked on the map here. Now it is not. I might need to periodically go check that, so I'm not looking for ghost trees. Oh, there is like a partially burnt down tree here. Oh, that's kind of annoying. My toolbox is all present and accounted for. They are. Let me get casing toolbox. And I'm just gonna put... I'm running low on blocks of industrial iron. Wow. Never seen me that low. I mean, I know why, and it's because, you know, we were building the biodome, and I used a lot of industrial iron for the biodome. But that's why we have it on AutoCraft. You can actually go ahead and send me an extra stack to just hold on to. There we go. I should probably still send it. Whilst I'm here, I can drop off some of this. There we go. Alright. Probably have other things that need to be topped off in my other toolbox. I don't feel like pulling those out right now to check. But what I will do is these are going to eventually top themselves. So I'm just going to make sure I pick them up. Alright. That's all I need because I need to get up here so I can actually reach that thing. This ash from supplementaries is actually really cool, to be honest. I like that that, like, stacks together. That's pretty cute. It is actually in use for soap, so I probably do want to hang on to it. Come on, there we go. Oh, that's gonna be annoying. Doesn't pick up the ash. Okay. Just have to make sure I'm doing that then. Let me pop asleep here. Alright, what's still connected to you? There you are. These are definitely within range of the area. you, we get you. I do want to keep all the birch saplings just in case. You're getting all of this. What else has been going on in the week? There's been a few things for sure. I think I already mentioned earlier I did get the beta invite for Fate Trigger. I'm interested in that, but it is still just Battle Royale at the moment. But they do have Team Deathmatch arriving eventually. There it is. Here you are. And I'll be interested to see how that plays. Again, I was watching Amy play it the other night, and it seems very Apex Legends, in the Battle Royale at least. See how things play out in the Team Deathmatch. I want to prioritize getting that. Figure out the spruce saplings. This is definitely going to need to be cut through to get that. There is also oak, I'm noticing, too. Didn't quite do what I wanted it to do, but that's fine. Part way through. I missed, and now I have way too much leaf. What else? I'm thinking of switching up my weekly schedule to where Tuesday is going to be the flex gaming day, and then I do game development stuff on Thursday, or at least I do a stream for game dev on Thursday instead. And then Wednesday and Friday will be, work days, off-stream work days, essentially, where I'm working on channel stuff and / or dev stuff. I kind of actually do want to keep the apples. I've missed some opportunities of picking up apples, it seems. But I don't need to care about oak wood all that much beyond what I've already picked up. There's going to be a point at which I'm kind of pushing into forests I don't need to clear. I probably do want to be setting up some docks back here to do some fishing activities. Actually, I probably want to do the fishing activities in the canal itself instead. There we go. Apples. I need more leaves. this next. There's gonna be a few things connected to this, I think. There we go. Missing these. I'm pretty sure those are oak leaves, I'm assuming. Let me actually go throw a few stacks of things into here. There we go. Yeah, probably not going to need to cut these trees down. I've already started. Axe is doing fine under ability at the moment. And then cutting through here. You. And there we go. Don't really need to cut any more of those trees at the moment, unless they overlap with other trees that I am concerned with picking down. Hi there. Good evening. And then he, like, flashes angry for a second. Thank you. Yeah. Welcome back, A Squared. How are you doing? I am doing a little bit of deforestation, clearing out space for what's going to be the train yard, as well as the train station going right here. Oh, damn it, I forgot to change it off of display capture. Thank you. Sorry. It's back. I forgot. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what else I wanted to talk about. To try and talk about more toaster gun stuff. Ah, damn it, I missed, and I picked up a bunch of leaf that I don't need. That's fine. I'm actually gonna go ahead and stick some leaves in my backpack. Let me actually sort this. That's not what I wanted to sort. I should set up something to lock slots when sorting. There is all sorts of cat forget going on. I will say, after playing Satisfactory for the stream yesterday, I also ended up kind of playing it a little bit off-stream. I think they've got me, ladies, gentlemen, everything in between. I think they got me a little bit. I was just like, I felt really compelled to do more stuff off-stream. All I mostly did was just, I expanded the current biofuel setup 4 more hours. Possibly, honestly. I would not be surprised. What does my current Satisfactory playtime say? Currently now says 9.4 hours. Considering I played this 2 hours in early access, it might have been another 3 hours. Actually, no, we were at it for 5 hours on stream. So I might have actually been cutting it just fine. So again, all I did off stream was I went ahead and kind of set up the expansion for biofuel. So now I have like a full 7 biofuel generator set up at the moment for biofuel. In the future, I'm going to expand that to like 15, and then it'll be nice and even. At the moment, it's like that. I need more leaf. Also, I need to sleep. We're almost done with this forest clearing. For what will be both the train station and the train yard. It's important for us to get a space to deploy trains from. Similar to what we had in Season 1, but hopefully looking a lot better. There we go. That cuts down all of that. Throw that there. There we go. Like when Minecraft actually picks up the item that I wanted to make space for. So now I'm putting a lot of stuff into my backpack. I'm not picking up the spruce because we have spruce automated. We have 32,000 spruce logs at home. And I'm not picking up oak stuff because oak's pretty common. Alright. That's all of our space. So, I need to get to you. You probably burnt down. Judging by the fact that there is, in fact, ash here. Big ol' ash pile. I cut down any of these trees that are, like, partially burnt. Is definitely what we do. There we go. I don't know for sure if this is partially burnt. I do want to get rid of it because it's near the lava still. I'm gonna get that one lone log up there. Come on. There we go. You seem to be partially burnt down. Let's get that fixed. You're not super burnt down. I will get you anyways. Although there is, like, this going on. Try and separate out these trees a little bit. Lots of other Minecraft content creators and YouTubers and whatever will do custom trees and whatnot. I don't care for custom trees at all. I will plant default vanilla trees, or I will leave vanilla trees up, and that is going to be how I roll. That is not my focus, to do non-vanilla trees. I do not care for them. Yeah, so. The station's going... Yeah, the canal is here, therefore the station's going roundabouts here. But I did want to try and get an idea for what I would want this station to look like. Because again, as I was saying before, Canal City No Tech doesn't exactly have much going on in transportation. There's a little bit more going on with... I should have taken more screenshots of the bridge in Canal City No Tech, because that bridge is also going to be exactly how I want to build the bridge that's going to go here between my base and Forocon's. Though in this case, the bridge is also going to be a train bridge. Does also mean that that bridge will probably need to be raised, and so that would be coming from train segments that are also raised. I was planning earlier on possibly putting it closer to sea level, but it probably will actually need to be raised a few blocks above just so that it can actually go onto the bridge properly. could actually make it a closed train station. That kind of looks more like the Megacorp facility that's at NoTac. Also kind of make it almost resemble like a resort monorail station at like Disney World. Is kind of the brain image I'm getting of it. It's possible that we end up doing it as. I forgot that the NoTac canal kind of ends almost with that little this sort of planet thing. So that'd be an interesting concept. I probably won't be ending it in this sort of planet thing because we want it to actually connect two bodies of water like a canal is supposed to. Is kind of the plan I wanted to go for. Yes, this is actually at the top of the, so if you actually go look at this, that earlier screenshot is actually right there. You can see the taxi there. And I'm thinking possibly having the train station almost look like this. Got the big lit up pillars around it. Probably not doing the these little sewer things because it's not actually going to be a factory location. It'll just be a bit of a train station looking a little bit more like one of those Disney Resort monorail stations. We could even look up like Disney monorail stations and get inspiration from that. But the general gist is that it will be raised up like this. This is going to be kind of a 4-block space, and then having some ports to see outside with the monorail, or at the train station specifically. Which actually makes sense, because then those will be raised up a little bit to kind of match with the windows of the actual train. So that would make sense. Weirdly enough, there's lights over here that are not actually attached to a building. That's a funny quirk of Ratchet and Clank. Yes, I think that's the general idea. I don't know if I'm going to be able to build the whole station today. We're probably going to be building kind of just the inner shell that accepts trains. But we won't be building the whole station just yet. But it might end up being a little bit similar to how we're setting up the spawn station, actually. But I think Spawn Station's going to look a little bit different. Spawn Station's going to be a little more modern, where this is going to be sci-fi with a bit of an industrial twinge. Is kind of how we're going to be theming it, I think. That'd probably be the starting point. So for that, I need to figure out some block palettes. And for that, I might actually log off, go into single player to figure some of that out. Now I'm gonna have to remember to port this over, because guess what? This is actually a backup instance, because I tried to start a bit of a mod pack update, but then I was taking too long with it, unfortunately. You are taking too long. I think I have some palette experimentations going on this world, though. So I had an idea for how, like, the workshop was going to be looking. However, for the train station, it might be a little bit different. Might even look into limestone. But let's see if I can go find our experimentation. This is probably where it was. As the game takes a minute to load. Which is odd. So. Also, why do I feel like I'm already a little tired? It's weird. Maybe I just need more water. Might even be heat exhaustion, even though it's not really that hot today. Yeah. Or maybe it is. It still says 97 at the moment. It's not even over 100. But I did feel like just very slightly faint for a moment. Yeah, this was kind of the idea that I wanted to do for the workshop. Whether or not I use this for the station is not entirely doubtful. I kind of want to use a different kind of color scheme for the station. Possibly even running something with ochrum and tuff. We don't have a whole lot of tuff to go around. That could be the station color scheme, is ochrum and tuff. Here we're using stone. Stone and deep slate with some industrial iron. So this is definitely like workstation or workshop stuff, or possibly even, you know, the station. And possibly using a little bit of the tuff for example, this piping thing here. Which that will not be in use for the station, because that doesn't make sense for the station. But leaning more into the ochrum kind of makes sense for I forgot to change the Minecraft back to game capture, but that comes in handy because I can show off this. Using ochrum for the station kind of makes sense, and then having some tough pillars. Olivia probably has a decent supply of tough. I might need a snack. I'm gonna be right back real quick. So I'm gonna go to standby for just a moment. I return here. I've picked up the snack. My little consume snack. hoping snack helps a little bit. Yeah, I will have to triple check to see if Olivia is actually stocked up on okra. I feel like she is, but that'll depend. If not, I can bug Olivia to go look for an okra deposit. Yeah, but that does kind of, it is mostly us considering what's going to be kind of on the outside. So, probably not the layered okra. It'll probably actually be... Come on. I can spell, right? I might even make it the okra bricks. So I have kind of walls going like this. Maybe get a little bit of variation. Just that. Possibly even doing most of it using the connecting okra. And having the bricks be along the bottom. Oh, look at this. Granted, the bottom should be more of a foundation kind of look. You know what? I should have gotten some more screenshots getting closer to that chemical factory. I think it's chemical plant is this location. You do actually go in. And again, so the interior, they are not properly sorted because I think they ended up sorting by file name. It's got these kinds of floors. I'm not sure if I have an exact replica of it. I do think this color might work for the train station floors. This is what we really need to figure out, though. So you kind of have an idea that, like, this will be kind of the exterior walls. Using the connecting textures from Rechiseled Create integration, which is nice, because I really wish the default Create ones did have that. I have noticed it is a little off. There's a little bit too much of a too much noise to it, I think. And the, like, underlying ochre texture. Where are we at? Here we are. I almost wonder if we could use orange concrete to a better effect. Or possibly even just move into small ochre bricks instead. Small ochre bricks might be the path forward. That looks a little bit more natural as a factory wall. Whereas before it kind of looked more like dripping honey or lava. Whereas this looks to function a little bit better. We could also flip it. To where this is the brick texture. Which probably does work better as a brick texture overall. Just putting the occasional layered deep slate, or not layered deep slate, layered ochre. That probably is a better option for that. Granted, again, it'll be sitting above a foundation of different blocks. That likely might be a chipped variant of Tough, potentially. Possibly even utilizing, tentative to utilize this just off of the kind of ruined coloration of it. There is. Where is it? Weathered iron window. Just the miscoloration in each of the different tiles might lead to a bit too much of a rundown aesthetic to it that I kind of don't want for the nice sci-fi city that should be kind of more held together. Figuring out what our like foundational area is going to be like will help us with figuring out what the actual floor is going to be like in the station. Also switch us back to game capture. I do think we can potentially move into orange concrete, or even... I was looking at this a second ago. Acacia might actually be the color we're looking for. Not quite the texture, because, you know, that's wood and not concrete or something that would be used in a factory like that. But it sure is the color that I would like to see on the outer part of the station. Dang it. I need a better spot to put this protein bar. Yeah, Acacia could also be really cool for it. But you could even do specifically Acacia. Let's see here. We run Acacia for the inner stuff, and then use the ochre for those pillars. Possibly. Possibly. I think this has a little bit too much color going on, though. A little bit too much discoloration. We could run up. Possibly this. That'll probably look a little bit better. Might be a little too orange still, actually. And I dropped. It's fine. I've saved it. Okay. What's up? I think overall this is going to look best alongside a tough. Ooh. We could even do the new tough blocks as part of vanilla. Specifically as a floor that kind of fills in for, let's see, if I this here. That fills in for some of these like floor trims coming up against walls. I kind of do wish I had more screenshots of the actual floor in more of the proper facility. You can kind of see a similar texture going on here. Those are the only ones I've got of that. I should have taken more screenshots of the facility floor. That could look really nice as kind of part of it. So if we're running something like this, run those alongside something else a little bit lighter. What other palette blocks does Create have? There's diorite. I don't think diorite's gonna work for it. It would be nice to have limestone. The limestone requires us to do proper generation setup for it. Would limestone work with it, though, is the question. We can't get a chipped variant of limestone, unfortunately, but maybe. Maybe. Now, I don't think it looks quite factory enough. It's a little... I think it's a little too bright. I think it's a little too bright for the station. A little bit less clean would make sense. It might be some sort of tough block for the floors. Like, having the chiseled tough be kind of floor trim around, and then a different tough block for the rest of the floor. Fortunately, like, the andesite is a little too blue, I think. I forgot about dripstone! Ooh, dripstone could also be a good station wall as well. Possibly even a better fit than the acacia. Yeah, so looking at tough blocks from chipped. Kind of want something that's kind of tiled, not connecting. Something almost like this, but I know that this is, connecting. It wouldn't quite work the way I want it to. Possibly just the emerald tuft here. That could work as a train station platform floor. I think it's a great option. Let's actually search smooth double inlaid and use that to kind of investigate other blocks that we'd have. Oh, the chipped andesite is actually kind of greenish. So it looks like that in this area. I forgot about mud bricks. A chipped variant of mud bricks might also be good for station walls. Or even this bricks. That's interesting. I don't know if we can get our hands on a lot of raw iron. That's a cool block, but I don't know if we can get all our hands on enough of it. And we're not going to get our hands on a lot of lodestone either. Ha! Basalt's a really nice block. I might be able to generate basalt, but not a lot of it. Hang on. What about you? That could work. I think it's still a little too bright. I'm not sure if stone is going to work because then it might, yeah, it doesn't quite look good. It's slightly too blue. And also simultaneously not far enough from the, chiseled tufts color or shade. Let me take a look at the andesite. Oh. Oh. Oh, hello. Yeah, for some reason, the chipped andesite. Interesting, yeah. So here's all of the create blocks in andesite. Here's the chip blocks in andesite. They are slightly more green, whereas they're more blue in create. Intriguing. We might be upping our andesite production. I think we'll be running with our smooth double inlaid andesite for much of the walkways, with mixing in a bunch of chiseled tuff. I do also want to have so let's say that we have actually let me bring these out here, like this. Granted, so I'm probably going to be using the chisel tough as... Well, because I use it like floor trim going towards the ends of the station at the top floor. Bottom floor, we'll see more of it, but... And also, I will grab this to kind of mix in some variation. Yeah, that is still kind of in the same color. In fact, this actually kind of does what I was hoping to do, which is... actually, yeah. I could still have it kind of cut through. Like this. Once you have this sort of thing. And then kind of in the center here is going to be where we have ways for people to get up onto this platform. We could... Actually, this will be good. Yeah, because then what we do is that. And still bring this out a bit. Possibly even kind of bring it inwards a little bit. Yes, yes. Liking where this is going. Probably want to kind of block this area off a little bit, but then... Okay, you ready for this? Have I been using panels for these? I wonder if I've actually been planning on using panels, or if I wanted it to be something else. Let me actually test something. If I put that there, I can still jump back up. Okay, cool. And then... That's the thing. We go here. So those are where we stop to get ready to get onto the trains. And then assuming that we have a 4-block wide you know, pathway for the stairs. 4-block wide stairs. I gotta see if I think the train station stairs over at Spawn are also 4 blocks wide. But I might choose a bit of a different aesthetic for these. Different colors or different blocks. But we're having this. And this is where you get onto the platform from some stairs here. Go through this like that. Yeah. I'm liking that. I'm liking that. Put panels here to kind of give that more of a clear, hey, you're not gonna get onto a train from here type status. And that's a platform design. I think that'll look sick. I think that will look sick. So let's get our andesite production up. Go upstairs. Currently 8 stacks. Fuck it, bump that to 16. Make ourselves some more andesite. It's also raining. Alright. With that all now set up, we also kind of deposit much of the stuff that I've been carrying. All the spoils of war from our war on trees. Okay. That covered. First thing I'm actually going to want to do is get myself a decent supply of copycat steps. The idea is going to be that we go to position 63, no, 66, because we want it to be at the same level above sea level. We go to 66, and then we build a staircase on either side up to 72. I was thinking before that they were going to meet in the middle, but they might actually be opposite of each other, and that way I can put the display boards showing where the trains are on the sides of the thing. So you walk into it, you check the board, and then you decide which one that you're going to go on. Granted, actually, it's 2 platforms, so no matter what. Normally, the way I have it, I can still have it be, like, on those platforms. In fact, if I do opposite direction things, would that work? Probably not. I'm gonna need to make sure that I set up something to tell people to check the things first. Granted, that won't matter early on because we don't have platforms because we don't have Steam and Rails yet. So it will just be the one platform, potentially. Which will probably just be the closest one. But for now, it'll be... I have to remember kind of how much I need for that then. So it'll essentially be twice as many steps to get up there, right? I'm gonna go up 6 blocks, which means 12 blocks of steps per kind of length. And so that makes it 24. But then we multiply that by 2. Who's doing 2 stairs? Actually, multiply that by 4 is a weird number. 24 times 4, 96. Okay, I actually was just gonna guess that, though. I'm just now realizing it never popped out YouTube chat. Or maybe no, I did not. That's the old YouTube chat. Let me fix that. Just in case. Hey, wait a minute. Where's my FPS dropping? That's weird. Okay. back to figuring out. So we want 96. Actually, it's just gonna be 24 zinc worth of stairs. Because you get 4 stairs per zinc. Where are you at? Oh, that's right. It's organized. Precious minerals. A decent amount of zinc. I'm gonna need my stone cutter. Of course. Yeah. I've also got some zinc on me. Also, I've got stuff in the backpack I can get rid of. There we go. Okay, so with that, we could actually have them be opposite each other, and that way you do have to still look at you can just come into the central plaza. We'll see it. Granted, that's less convenient, although it's about as convenient as it is for spawn station is using opposite stairs. Probably do just want to run stairs adjacent to each other for now. So for now, we'll pretend like we're doing this in the middle of each chunk, even though I'm not sure if that works out. Also, I might actually need to move this over by a bit. It might actually need to go specifically in these chunks rather than these chunks, because especially if it's going to be raised up like that in a closed facility, we probably do need some walk space in this chunk. Therefore, we'll probably start it here. And we'll have reversed staircase coming out of this center of the chunk. My sinus has been fucked up too today as well. And of course we will need to get to that space. We do also... I need the actual floor material though. I need Angie's scythe. Alright. There it is, the smooth double inlaid andesite. I'm gonna chisel all of this, although I'll chisel half of it as overlapping. Might as well actually order a few extra stacks. If I chisel all, it is going to be chiseling all of the overlapping andesite tiles, which I'm not fond of. I can probably put this into my backpack so that it doesn't. There we go. As for tough, how am I doing on tough? Decent. I wish I had more though. Can't really do anything about that until I make a big one. Okay, so the canal goes here, we needed a space here, so therefore we want the first thing to be right here. Can I make like a temporary one? Temp waypoint. This is in the right spot, right? Yeah. Should be. Alright, we are currently at Y level 67. Which is actually basically where we want to be putting the station. But actually, yeah, because we might actually have the floor be raised up 1, which technically means that the stairs will go up 5 rather than 6. But that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. And, oh my gosh, it's definitely dark enough for me to be sleeping. Come on. We do not want to run vein mode. It's gonna go in direction... No, wait, no, sorry, Fill Destroyer. It's been a while, hasn't it? Okay. Where's that waypoint? Oh, did the waypoint immediately remove itself? After I reached it? We want it there, right? Yes. We don't want it exactly there. What we actually want is to place it basically centered the chunk. I'll definitely need to get rid of this. I don't know if it's going to be exactly stone, or the andesite that we use for this, because there's going to be parts of it that we need to encase up to fit all of the escalator stuff. We're going to put another escalator in this, because it makes sense. This is a sci-fi city. We gotta have an escalator here too. But we will be making it look different from the escalator in Spawn. So I might be doing brass casing, potentially, instead of the industrial casing. So I think that'll look nice for it. Give it a little bit of a Silver City Bolt-On vibe to it. And mix a little bit of Bolt-On into our no-tack zone. Haha, it's funny. I'm gonna need F3 up real quick. Chunk relative. Let's start here. Zero through 7, 8 through 15. That means that we want the other one to be here. Right? Cool. And this is where that starts. Though I did say, we'll probably do opposing things. Actually, I kind of do want them to be in center. I'm gonna be in center, and then we have boards right here saying which platform is gonna have what trains. Even though only the one platform is gonna be functional right now. And do I want these spaced out? 4 in between or 2 in between? I probably want 4 in between, which means they're gonna start here. Ah, that's right. We still don't have the fucking fix yet. How did I do this again? I did not mean to do that. Am I just gonna have to do it myself this way? Come on. Probably. Ah, yes, of course. How do I do this so efficiently on the other things? Probably through creative mode, honestly. Starting at 67, we do still want to go up to 72. Actually, we probably want to be up to 73. The platform should be 1 block above the trains. So we will actually go up to 73. The trains should be at 72. We're going to be at 73. Going to suck. Just in the sense that it's gonna be very slow getting these steps in. Be nice if we had Create Deco updated. So this is 73. And therefore, I'm just gonna put this here. I'm gonna tear all this shit down. And I have to do the same thing all over again on the other side, of course. I don't know how I managed to set this up efficiently before. I don't remember how I managed it. Also, I'll be doing one of these basically around the area. Where does go an extra block out just for the most leniency. Do that there. It's going to be that sort of platform area. Alright. Actually, I'm going to try and figure out where we're going to. And this appears to be directly above the start. This is 317. And goes out to 311. Well, actually, no, I have an easier way of setting this up. We just go 4 blocks. 2, 3, 4. And how many blocks is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? 6. And then an extra one, and it comes back around this way. There. Oh, fucking course. Yeah. Also, I'll go through and switch the overlapping andesite tiles for the tough variant of that. Might also look kind of good. Then we can bring that across. And it doesn't actually seem to help us all that much. I'm still going to have to go down here. Oh wait, that's right! I just realized something. Crap, what button did I bind it to? Okay, there it is. Haha, there it is. Actually, I can actually place it like that. Okay, that makes that slightly easier. That makes that slightly easier. All right, so now we have the rhythm. We use the special wrench thing. Then we place you. Place you. Use the special wrench thing. Place you. Place you. Use the special wrench thing. Did I miscalculate? might have miscalculated. Something along the way has been fucked up. Oh, I absolutely did. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, okay, I fucked that up. Easy fix, though. Boom. We got it. And then in the future, I'm going to add the escalators. Escalanters. Okay. Yeah, I might switch out the andesite tiles with tough tiles, potentially. Like this exact texture, but in tough instead of andesite. Might look better. You'd end up at 73, so that's correct so far. Oh, but you know what? I am actually going to need to push these back. You know why? Because we need a block space underneath to kind of have the trains there. So we have to have this going on. Because we need one more block down to actually put the trains on it. It could potentially get away with something, but I'd rather not. There's a way I could have done that. In fact, actually, yeah, you know what? We could probably do something. Okay. And then, did I actually want the... I'm gonna need to go look at my test again. I'm trying to remember what I wanted the platform to actually look like. I just still need to actually figure out what the blocks underneath the train is gonna look like. Okay, so it is 6, and then we go into the inside tiles. Got it. But I did actually consider having the double inlaid andesite around the stairs, but I think it makes more sense to have the overlapping tiles around the stairs. Even though, again, we're gonna end up changing that when we actually implement the escalators. But yeah, so make it one more block wide. Which, yeah, with the stairs being this way, might look a little funky. Because then the platform stuff kind of begins here. I might need to go back and get more of the this texture, since I'm using more of it for this than I thought I would. Because then along here is going to be where we put the panels for the tread plate, that plastic tread plate. So, yeah, interesting. Definitely need to grab my chisel, put this in, and switch it to you. Why did I get only partial stack back? I'm pretty sure I put a full stack in there, right? Okay, and then I want to push this back. I also make this like a 6x4 segment. Place these along this way. Might look a little funky. Wait a minute. Oh, I fucked this up. Take that back. Place that there. This might actually get removed, so I might put the tough here. Would be kind of the plan. Oops, that's the wrong one. Or I think I understand the mission. I do kind of get why I'm doing that. One block into that. So you do another, like, 4x6 of the squares over here. That. Let me fill these out. I'm going to need more of this. Go. Hang on, I gotta sleepy. Boy, I'm tired. Hang on a sec. No, yeah, that's fine. That's how I was doing on your side. It was one of these lines, and then we ran that to there. Actually, one more, and then we're gonna put tough there. That's the plan with that. Yes, like, I might leave the station, like, platform edge here as being the overlapping andesite, and then all the rest of the overlapping tiles will be tough instead. That might be the play. Also, yeah, the sciences. Also, I've had the on-display capture this entire time. I'm sorry. I fucked it up again. This dumbass cat is terrible at streaming. Yeah. A little bit better. As for establishing how the trains are running through here, it might just end up being, out of curiosity, let me do a quick little research thing, or image search. Monorail station track. Images. Not sure if that's an actual monorail track. That looks more like a proper train track. There's even ties and everything. I searched up monorail station track, and I'm getting a lot of images outside the station and not inside the station, which is kind of annoying. Ooh, I might want some, like, caution strip concrete to kind of put in spots. That could go kind of hard. Wait, see that? You know what? Ooh, yeah, hang on. I want deep slate. Too bad I don't have deep slate, I think. I think I might be running low on deep slate myself. You might be kind of low on it. Oh boy, we sure are. Unless there's some hiding in the truck. I gotta clean the truck out and /or link the truck into the system. Yeah, that's not great. We could just settle for the industrial iron. Such as I don't want to be overusing the industrial iron, this might just be the spot for industrial iron. We could also potentially use black concrete, specifically the black grilled concrete would probably be the idea for that, or at least for part of it. Part of it might need to be the industrial iron, part of it will be the black concrete, and that's probably going to be the sort of mix we do. Actually, is it... Can you tell me what kind of concrete you are, please? Real quick. It's gray concrete. Oh. Yeah. Gray concrete will fit better with the industrial iron, so I think I am going to need to grab gray concrete. I'm probably going to want to craft more gray concrete. I put this dirt in here. Random egg and seed. All of this like that. And gray dye, gray dye, gray dye. I do not have a lot of gray dye. That's fine. Just give me that, and I don't have a lot of black dye either. Huh. I can fix that pretty easily. Crushing. Charcoal, charcoal, charcoal. I don't have that much charcoal. I thought I had charcoal on AutoCraft. Don't I? Do I not have charcoal on AutoCraft? Huh. Let me get charcoal on AutoCraft. What time am I at? 3.5 hours. I might be ending soon, though. Considering I am already a little tired, it might be. This might be the day in which I'm expiring soon. That's right, it's got a, thing. Factory automation. I have 1 factory gauge available. Perfect. It should just be the one. I should just need the one. That's where we come off of you. I am going to need black dye too, so I am going to just go ahead and charcoal. Eventually this will be in use for our dye systems. We want to send to bulk smelter. 64 to 64. Save and close. 2 stacks. I'm just going to shove whatever's currently in the system into our crusher. It'll probably get us enough for what we need. Cool, cool. So 32 black, and I know I've got a crap ton of light gray. Yeah. Send that here. Never mind, I am wrong. Huh, okay. I am a little low on the white dye, though. I'm gonna send a stack of this to crushing as well. I probably also have some bones. Send that bone to crushing. So we do this. There it is. Gray dye. And then I order 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Those are going to be coming from over there. They zipped past me before I got a chance to see them. And just before the sun sets, I will shunt them into... okay. For a second there, I thought I just put my sleeping bag into the washer. Be sleeping like a pathetic white cat. Why did I say pathetic white cat? Wet cat! I meant to say pathetic wet cat. That would be why. I don't know why I came out as white. Why are you white? Funny. I apparently crafted too much copycat steps. Craft them in slabs. Alrighty. That works. Also, yeah, that means... So, like, the center 2 tracks will need to be... I might compress them a little. So there might be 10. Previously, when I've done the train station for CatGirlCraft, or the new train station, the quad platform train station, I think I had kind of a 1 block space, 1 block gap between the trains, but we could probably actually squeeze out an extra block by not doing that. Probably. I imagine that should be fine. I think they are literally just exactly 5 blocks wide. But only because I've got one on me, actually. As it struggles to place it. Oh, it does actually here. Cool. 1, 2-ish, 3. Yeah. It is, in fact, exactly 5 blocks long. It pokes out to that 5th block, but it's probably fine to do that. Like, you know, run alongside another train. The trains that are going to go on the actual tracks, the actual track layout, will have a 1 block gap between them. So they'll look better on that. And then the station is going to be a different story. Which will be funky, but it will work out. Okay. Which the spawn station is different, obviously. Spawn station only has the 2 spaces for trains. This is actually going to have like 3 spaces, technically. And technically, I could have also done like 4 block wide train station, similar to how it was at the beginning, and then have a second platform as part of that. Possibly. But for now, I put that blueprint back in my backpack. Thankfully, because of the way that I'm setting up the trains now, I don't have to worry about where the doors are going to be placed. I don't actually have to put like the little walkway into the doorway, because it's just going to be the entire platform, because it's just a staircase on the door itself is how it's going to work. That actually pokes out to that block, rather than how the other system was, where it was very thin walls. This is going to be actually some very thick walls, which I like that change to it. Okay. With that. Yeah, so we know we want more industrial iron. In fact, I will actually just go ahead and order a few more stacks of industrial iron. Going to want a few stacks of the gray concrete. Oops. And then I actually want a decent amount of the yellow concrete. Although I'm wondering if I can manage something a little bit different to get it to work, but eh. So stun meal away. He steps away for now. Put away some of this. Okay. So the idea is gonna be... Actually, I might also be grabbing... I might grab some extra girders, too. Not fully considering... Actually, hang on. Let me look up... Andesite. That's right, they don't exactly have create deco, so there's not a whole lot of things you can make with andesite in this pack currently. Though some stairs would probably look a little bit better as the supports that I'm looking for. I'll grab an extra stack of girders. But I'll probably use those sparingly because they don't quite fit the color scheme that we want to go for. They will fit the color scheme of the industrial iron, but we're only using the industrial iron kind of as a fail-safe because I do not want to have to get more deep slate. Because deep slate would technically work better for this. Although, again, what am I at now? I probably do want to take a bit of a break in maybe half an hour. Oh, it's raining. I am also realizing, looking at it on the map now, having the train be here, this is definitely breaking the rule of us trying to get this in the 4-chunk area. It's gonna be a little bit wider. I think I'm gonna have to deal with that. We'll probably still have a decent amount of space outside of the canal walk, but it is gonna be pushing it. Probably have some somewhat thin walls. Probably be a little bit wider than it is actually longer. Which will be funny. Okay. Yeah, so not necessarily the best positioning. Probably have to do. Yeah. You could also bring over, what am I thinking of? Copycat steps. Like, specifically the Copycats Plus stairs. Might help out with making some convincing looking supports for this that aren't the girders, because the girders might not fully color match. So this does actually come out to here. There might be some other type of block that actually needs something outside. Probably actually be like that. Again, the best part of us having the trains be like this in this season is you can actually jump up from the track, so if you don't get stuck down here and then get hit by a train, because you have to go find one of the little spots where I have the stairs set up. Across this way. This will be fairly detailed for train tracks. Even though the thing is that we're running, you know, we don't have Steam and Rails yet. We're running the default create tracks. So the ties are gonna end up kind of blocking a lot of the detail that I'm gonna be putting into this train track, which is going to be sad. But it'll be fine. Okay. So I have kind of the base for both of these sides. So I'm gonna run the grill gray concrete. Two of these lines. Starting with this, let me actually do. This should be in range. Haha, cool. And then, take the chisel, take the yellow concrete. And this is kind of what I wanted to do with it. Granted, hazard yellow concrete would have also been fine. I kind of want to do this. Yeah, I think this looks better. This almost gives it that sort of, you know, Half-Life 1 on a rail appearance. Yes, there we go. Hopefully it's still consistent on the bottom, how this is facing. It is, right? Yes, good. And then we place this line. I'm gonna need a few more of those blocks at the end of the day. And then we place these out to here. Yeah, I'm liking how this is gonna come out. It is gonna be blocked by the ties, and the ties are not gonna color match with this at all. But it'll look cool still. It'll look even cooler when we get tieless tracks, when Steam and Rails gets fixed, but for now, we are going to be settling for this. Alright, but I'm going to run chisel all on that. I'm also gonna chisel all that. That is gonna be the yellow concrete use here. I could even mix in some other yellow concrete blocks here to kind of give it a little bit of a breakup where there's like other machinery going on here. But this looks nice. Almost looks like a road. Almost looks like a road, but it's not because it's going to be where a train runs. I actually don't have that full range. That's fine. Oh, damn it. I need to come out to here. So like that. There we go. Ah, damn it. I have to be careful with that. There we go. Such a weird way it decides the facing. And then out to that. Let me bring this side back to that. Now, as for what's going to be in between these two lines, I might actually do a different type of block. In fact, actually, you know what? There might be something else we're doing with the yellow concrete, actually. And I think that'll be this. Yeah. Something along these lines. I might need to get more of this. Because then... then I'm going to place another line out. I did it again. Hope I'm not dropping anything. Actually, I don't know. It might be a little too bold. It might be a little too bold. I think instead we want something like gray concrete. We could actually go for it with the gray instead of the thing. Bolted could also work. I think as it's being a meeting between the two track platforms, might actually look pretty decent. assuming this runs the same rules. Yep. Also going to... Fuck. There's probably a way to match state. No. Use same state. Aha, there we go. Use same state will work. That'll make that a little bit faster so I don't have to worry about rotating myself. And out of it. That's fine. I don't need too much more of it. Yeah, that's fine. Part of what was kind of messing with it before was the MIP mapping did not like that other yellow block. There is definitely a faster way of doing this, actually. And that is this row column. Flap. Flap. Industrial iron. Put that in offhand. Yeah, that's way faster. Boom. There's the center track. Tracks. Plural. And this left track. As for the actual bridging, I'm gonna have to do limestone, aren't I? Also, it's been raining and I have not addressed that, sorry. That's a good stopping point right there, as I've set up the station. I wish I could do more of the actual track laying, but I do kind of need to get the outline of the station started so that I can have a general reference of where I'm putting things in relation to the tracks. We start here, and then we just need to connect this to the central station, I think. Essentially. Yeah, I think the idea is we come across this way. You need a bridge here. If I go look at the map plan. Here's the map plan again. Bridge across, and yeah, we're just connecting to the spawn station right over here. We are going to need to... Something we'll probably end up doing is we'll also kind of start making intersections, because those are going to be kind of the most difficult parts of the network. You'll notice I have limited everything to 3 ways instead of 4 ways. Partially because I'm too lazy to do a roundabout, but also because, you know, it's easy. That's a little bit easier to do than trying to do a non-roundabout 4-way intersection with the general scale that Create wants you to be at. We can get a 3-way intersection into one chunk for sure, especially with these smaller trains that we're using. Yeah, so the idea is we come across this way, and then we come straight to the spawn station. The other way, we'll kind of connect it to some other kind of paths that the trains can be taking. And then one will go to Olivia, the other will go to Sierra down there. And that is the idea. And I need to go to sleep before I get creepered. There we go. Out of curiosity, did I set my settings correctly? You can, in fact, walk into here. Okay, that was kind of the intention. Owie. 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 Can I stop being on fire, please? Thank you. You see, I say please, and then it works. Okay. So, I'll park myself up here, and yeah, I'm liking how this is coming out so far. The real big issue, or not issue, but just like thing that I have to get done with is obviously below. It doesn't look all that great just yet. I actually have some terraforming here to do. I gotta get rid of all of this, because this should be kind of the general floor of the station. Which, again, 5-block ceiling is probably fine. And then we have 6-block ceiling for the areas where we actually take the stairs up. That's the general idea. So we have the skeleton of the first station in place. I would still like to get the other platform in, even though the other platform will be disabled. Specifically because I want to make sure that the intersection for both of the stations is solid and leads somewhere, and that gives me less work to do in the near future. As it stands, I'm going to be real busy trying to figure out how I do this coming out of here. In theory, we could also... I don't know if we can cheat and have it come over the assembler, because we want to put cargo here. And we want the cargo to be slightly elevated. Though it won't necessarily be 72 elevated, it'll probably actually just be 66 elevated, because we want it to run along the bridge that goes to Foricon space over there. Is kind of the plan. So that'll be the idea. So I'd say that is a decent stopping point for now, because I am feeling a little bit tired tonight. And I will be hopping off, grabbing myself some proper dinners, and hoping that kind of helps me settle a little bit. And also hoping that, you know, opening the doors and getting some airflow in here would be nice too. But yeah, good stopping point. I forgot to turn the game capture back on. Oh well. So I'll go to chatting screen and do stick around. I'm gonna drop in on a friend of ours as we usually do. But go over here. Why is Twitch lagging? Is Twitch dead? Twitch does not appear to be dead, but the tab that Twitch was on died. Interesting. Well, I'm just now realizing A Squared was telling a pun with the miscalculated. I did not see it. I did not see the T earlier when I was reading that. Very good pun. Haha, funny. I will work on sending us out of here to the friend. We'll only do the plugs, actually. Click this button. And then... I think everybody is kind of on lurk right now. So I will briefly go over the schedule again. I am planning on changing things a little bit next week, but we'll see. I'll probably have to kind of announce that on Tuesday, what the actual plan is, if we're going to be moving to that alternate schedule. If so, then that means that Tuesday we will be playing Deus Ex is going to be what we do there. And then Sunday, tomorrow, Olivia and I will be doing Ratchet and Clank 3, Up Your Arsenal. I'm excited to see her go through more stuff and react to certain things that'll be coming very soon. She's already kind of reacted to a thing of that I'm thinking of specifically. I forgot that Courtney Gears does actually show up in closer to the beginning of the game when you go through Annihilation Nation for the first time. So there is that, and yeah. So potentially we'll be doing Deus Ex on Tuesday. If not, then Wednesday will be game development stream. But if we are doing Deus Ex on Tuesday, then that means that game dev stream will be Thursday instead. And then Saturday is, of course, the next time that we'll be jumping in on CatGirlCraft. Saturday and Sunday are not changing. It's just Wednesday and Friday might be changing. That is kind of the idea. So, with all of that covered, I'm gonna do default raid messages. I'm a little tired. Honestly, wouldn't even be surprised if it's just like resulting of crash from the energy drink, or if it's just me not having the energy because today's been a slow day. And yes, that'll be that. And let's see who we're gonna raid on. Who's online? Following instead. I'm not liking any of these recommendations. See who's on. Jasper Zev doing Halo. Alma Hexblade is on doing Patapon. We haven't dropped in on Alma in a while. Let's see. It's off to Jessie, but she's doing date everything. That seems to be it. So I think we raid all my Hexblade then. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to stick around for it. So I'm probably gonna drop because I feel tired. She's playing Patapon. I remember playing that on my PlayStation Portable when I was a teenager. So we will click start raid on that. Again, I'm thinking we might not have much to raid out with, but that'll be fine. So, with that being said, ladies, gentlemen, and everything in between, thank you very much for tuning into my stream. Hope to see you guys next time though on. Till then, this is Keaton, over and out.